It would be brothers and sisters. Technical difficulties again. See what happens. They're doing everything they can to disrupt these videos. I'm surprised they haven't got AI yet. Slow them down. All my systems. It's not going to work, but they think it will, so let them do their thing. Won't last much longer, brothers and sisters. Clock is ticking. I give it another minute. They have to restart again. It's about every day, brothers and sisters, really. They come at me every kind of way you can think of. Every time, brothers and sisters. Again. Technical difficulty you can imagine. Well, you can't imagine. Okay, well, it looks like it's may continue. The mask off, brothers and sisters. You have to understand how things work. Before a nation is judged and condemned, as weeks, that sins must be exposed to the whole world. So everybody agrees that God is just. Yeah, see, this is hanging up. So everybody agrees that God is just. So you see, Farrakhan's been exposed, Trump's been exposed, then y'all been exposed, genocide, lies, thieves, you name it. Okay, brothers and sisters, yeah, here we go. I had to restart, brothers and sisters, because they're desperate to stop this message, but they're reluctant to come after me directly, because they know I am the truth. They just don't like this this part of the video because they're doing everything they can to stop from playing. But there we go. So they would pretend there was a savior, the Messiah, right? The chosen ones, all liars. Have been exposed who they really are. For our kind of Messiah, pissing the shit in the bag, curse with a curse. Can't wipe his own ass, but yeah, he's a Messiah. The Messiah is supposed to deliver you, rescue you, redeem you. He said, we're not going anywhere. So what is the Messiah of? I mean, a Messiah, right? What is delivering us out of? Scientology? Mask off, bro. That's what's going on now. Moving the mask before destruction. See, they line over at so-called Islam. The lines are so openly and so pathetic. Genocide, theft, invasions, all stuff, right? Just so against they have so-called international law. They're against all that. Actually, openly killing people, and America's just guilty as they are because America's supplying the bullets. They're just pulling the trigger. Domestic, attacking people here in their own country. There's more, brothers and sisters. Masks being pulled off for everyone to see, and then destruction comes. And it's going to boomerang because what they're doing is going to come back to them. Boomerang. As you had done, so it should be done to you. You think that's just, as you had done, so it should be done to you? That's what God's saying. So you think that's a joke? You think he didn't mean that? Then you can tell what's going to happen to them as look what they're doing right now. As you have done, so shall be. He didn't say, as you've done, it might be done to you, or could be. He says, as you have done, so shall it be done to you. So what they're doing right now it's going to be done to them. In spades. It's like a dam. Right? You punch somebody in the face for a whole year. Right? Okay, now, it's their time to punch you back. But they don't take a year to do it all in one day. You see, as you're done, so should be done to you. Every action has an opposite reaction. So you can tell what's happening to them as to what they've been doing to others. And you can tell what's going to happen to you personally, how you have it done, and you have done to others. See, the thing is, the devil's learned about action, reaction, about 200 years ago, under so-called Newton. Or they discovered the laws, but they somehow don't think it applies to themselves. See, because every action has opposite, it means consequence. Says every action has, don't say maybe, every action has an opposite, equal reaction as a law of nature. But somehow they don't think it applies to them. If they did, they realize that all the stuff they've been doing is going to happen to them. You see, somehow they think, oh, that doesn't apply to us. Every action has an opposite reaction. And most of you, if you're listening, probably don't think it applies to you either. Because you don't pay attention to what you're doing. We're going to talk about that a little more in a minute. Okay, well, I might say, as we going through, see, most people don't think what's happened, they're doing what happened to them. They look in the mirror and they don't realize that's what they created. And as hypocrisy, it says, oh, son of man, I'll say hypocritical nation. But the problem is, right, hypocritical nation, the problem is that we're supposed to submit to Adam, who are hypocrites. So by submission, they would make us like them. So they made us hypocrites and we don't even realize it. We'll talk about that a little more in a minute. Let's look at this. He loves it here. He loves those up Farrakhan's up Trump's ass. This is what he says. This is what he says, own words.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
What do you think, brothers and sisters? He wants to hear. The title of this thing, Slave Nation. Slave Nation, brothers and sisters. Slave Nation. What's slave nation? Take you heard the idea, sovereign nation. A sovereign nation. Let me play this again, brothers and sisters, just to make sure. I think I may have to sound off. Let me play this one more time.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
So what do you think? He wants to hear. Under with a heads up Trump's ass. Slave nation, brothers and sisters. Slave nation. What's slave nation? You heard the idea of a sovereign nation. See, they play with words because they make sure they stay above your head so you never figure it out. They say if you hide anything from a black man, just put in a book. Slave nation. Okay, what's slavery? Slavery when you under control of someone else, they control your energy. That's the bottom line. I try to make it simple for you. When someone's controlling your energy, that is, and you work for me. In other words, you under their control. And they benefit from your energy. They control your energy for their purpose. not for yours, for theirs. You don't have control of your energy. That means you're a slave. So, well, no, now they got nice names like prisoners. Still a slave. Still a slave. You do what they tell you to do. They have total control of you. So a sovereign nation, that controls itself, has own government, own authority, whatever. A slave nation, and we are a slave nation, is under control of another nation. See? That was the power of Elijah Muhammad declaring, right, that we were a nation, the nation of Islam. See, we didn't consider ourselves a nation before Elijah Muhammad showed up, before Master Muhammad showed up. He says, by saying a nation, right, if we're a nation, then why are we under control of another nation? We should be sovereign. See? We're not sovereign. That means if you understand what he's saying, if we're a nation of Islam, that means we're under control of that we're a slave nation. That's why the devil said they wanted to get rid of that idea of nationhood. And Elijah Muhammad disappeared or left, or whatever you want to have, you want to characterize it. Because if you think about it, we're not free. We're a slave nation. We don't control ourselves. We do what they tell us to do. And we do it for their benefit. They profit from us. We work for them. They profit from us. We do work for them. We work for ourselves. Elijah Muhammad started building, work for yourself. Start building your nation. Start working for independence. He started the process here. And he said the process would end when we left here, separated. Then we'll be a sovereign nation. Farrakhan, no. Everybody said he don't want to leave here. So this, do the calculation. If he tells you he don't leave it, then he wants to continue to be a slave nation. He don't think of us as a nation. He said, I don't want to live anyplace else. He don't think of us. He's just saying that's bait to bring the people in that do think that way. I keep telling you, he doesn't believe in Elijah Muhammad, doesn't believe in Master Muhammad. That's bait. You want to catch mullet, you want to catch bass, you got to use certain bait to catch that kind of fish. And the fish they want to catch is anybody that's thinking like Elijah Muhammad. The seeds that has seeds still in their mind that Elijah Muhammad planted. So he got to bring them in because is that Elijah Muhammad saying that? Forget about Elijah Muhammad. Forget about an angel. He's telling you he wants to stay here. He don't consider himself a nation. He considers himself part of America. I don't want to live anyplace else. I want to stay here. I want to see America healed. When Master Muhammad says it's going to be destroyed, it cannot be healed. It cannot be redeemed. But he says he wants to do it. So he's not inconsistent with Master Muhammad's will. Elijah Muhammad said, we fools who want to stay here. He said, no, I don't want to go anyplace else. And how the hell you would tell me he's preaching Elijah Muhammad's teachings and Master Muhammad's teachings and Elijah Muhammad's. How can you tell me? It's impossible because he's not. And those with him know he's not. I told you, most of the people with him was people who Wallace who turned totally against the messenger. Wallace turned totally against the messenger, and so they went with Farrakhan. So they had no problem with what he's saying. Because they know he's using Elijah Muhammad there as bait to bring him in, because that's the fish they want to get, because they want to eliminate the idea of nationhood. We just choose to Abraham, we're going home. They want to eliminate that because, right, they're living off us. When you control the right energy, that means you're living off them. Because you control the energy for your purpose. So they control it for their purpose. They're not using that energy for our purpose. They control energy for their purpose, to build America, not to build our nation. So our energy is not to build our nation, it's to build their nation. So Farrakhan said, no, we want to continue building their nation because he's part of them. See here, that's his father. That's his father. He got so many stories of who his father is. We got him admitting his father's a white Caucasian, white Portuguese Caucasian Jew. Forget all this, he's white Caucasian. And the scriptures tell you they're devils. And so that means he's not the seed of Abraham. So he could not possibly be the Messiah, could he? The Messiah he comes from the root of David. David is an offspring from Abraham. He's from the seed of Abraham. But he's from the seed, his father's the devil. So he would despise the covenant because the covenant is against him. The covenant is to destroy him. You understand? If that's his father's seed, when he recognizes the covenant, he says, hey, this is against me. This whole nation of Islam is to kill me. The whole purpose is to destroy me and my people. So, when you want to defend yourself against that, so that's what it does. So we got to destroy this. Daddy, look, those people, they're against us. And somehow, after they sneak in, I got charge of it. Okay, boy. You know what you got to do? Destroy from within, just like Paul did. Destroy from within. Destroy from within. That's what he's been doing. Because if you listen to everything he says, it's totally against everything Elijah Muhammad taught and the lessons. The devil's not devils anymore. We're not going anywhere. Listen, the Abrahamic covenant, that is our vision. Listen to this carefully. The Abrahamic covenant is our vision. The Abrahamic covenant is our vision. Now, when you look in there, right, you see, it's a vision. People without, it tells you, people without vision perish. So without a vision, we perish. But our nation has no vision. It did not have a vision till Master Muhammad showed up because we were just niggas doing what Master told us to do. And then Master Muhammad showed up and says, no, you're the true Abraham. You're the real deal. You're the maker, owner, creator, planet Earth, God, and universe. Okay, he established a vision. Elijah Muhammad latched onto that vision and made the vision his own. He started spreading that vision. And black folks started rallying around that vision. And that scared white people because they started to unite. They started to rally because they know who we are. He said, we got to snuff out that vision. Because that's the vision uniting those people. Elijah Muhammad was uniting people. And even so-called, those other that didn't get exactly with Pharaoh, I mean, he inspired the whole black community. He inspired the whole black community, whether it was with him or not, still, because they saw him stand up being strong, and maybe we could stand be strong too. Okay? And then they said, well, we got to do something about this. He said, and so after Elijah left, we got a plan. We got to put somebody in there that's going to nullify everything he said. And that's Pharaoh Khan. He follows the devil. He nullifies everything. Okay, if well, I'm going to explain that a little more in a minute. But the covenant, remember, we went through this for a reward. The Holocaust, there was a reward to that. That for that sacrifice, a sacrifice, right, generates a reward. You get a reward for effort, which you can consider a sacrifice. In other words, you say you invest your energy in a certain way. That's a sacrifice. So I'm not going to party. I'm going to invest my energy into this or that. Sacrifice. I'm sacrificing my energy for this purpose. Right? I'm going to invest my purpose into this purpose. That's like sacrifice. Okay, I'm a fast, so I'm going to stop eating. Right? That's a sacrifice. Some sacrifices, you're doing something special, out of the ordinary. And you expect to return on your investment. So return on investment says reward would be we return home to Arabia. That's what it says. Look at the covenant. And God gave his word on that. So that's what would happen to you, and this would be the reward that you would get. I got this piece of coal. Okay, I'm going to put you under the ground for 1,000 years or 10,000 years, whatever. Oh, but your reward is you're going to be transformed into a diamond. Okay, so now we made the sacrifice. Now the Messiah is supposed to fulfill that. Remember, that's God's word. So that's why I call him Messiah. He's supposed to fulfill that word, that covenant. The covenant is, you go to the Holocaust, a vision of horror, and by course you did that, you're going to come out and you're going to inherit this land. After 40 years of that sacrifice, this is your reward, right? That's what the Messiah should be telling you, right? Messiah's supposed to come and redeem for you your reward. Right? Pay your dividends for what you sacrifice, right? Am I confused here? Messiah will be he comes with a paycheck. He comes with a paycheck. Farrakhan said, ain't no paycheck. You ain't going nowhere. So he calling God a liar. He said, our sacrifice don't mean shit. So we went through 4 years for nothing. Because what Farrakhan said, we went through 4 years for nothing. But we ain't going nowhere. That was reward. You ain't get no check. That's what I did. I worked all week for a check. You ain't get no check. Okay, what I worked for all week for? Well, you're sinful. You was punished. That's why they had you working. You had working hard labor because that's what he says. We went through 40 years because we were sinful, was wicked. So we don't get any reward. And he's the Messiah. Do I need to say it again? He's the Messiah. He's supposed to redeem. He's supposed to come with a paycheck. He said, ain't no paycheck. So we got nothing to show for what we went through. In fact, only thing we got to look forward to being punished. But we were so sinful. See, that's reward. That's return on our investment. Farrakhan said our investment is we were punished if we don't listen to him. If we don't submit to him and keep on giving him fat checks, big cars, $10,000 suits, $50,000 rings. Because he ain't doing anything with it. He hasn't produced a goddamn thing in 40-some years. Except money in his bank account. They tell me I'm wrong. I gave $5,000, you tell me I'm wrong about anything I just said. So you ask yourself, well, why are those people with him? Because, first of all, it's not many people with him. If you watched the broadcast today, that place was empty. That place was empty on a Sunday. When I was there, when the message was there, right? The message only show up during theology time. During the week, when on the weekends, it'd be Mr. Yusuf Shah. He was the minister. He would just teach on Sunday. And he'd teach on Wednesday and Wednesday and Friday too. We had 3 meetings, general meetings, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. That place be packed on all those days, packed. Standing room only. This is Sunday. And they can't even feel about the first 4 or 5 rows. But yeah, Farrakhan doing his great stuff. Because he's bleeding followers. They're leaving him in droves. You understand? So think about it. Farrakhan says you have, remember that's our vision. So therefore, he's saying a lot of things. By not having a vision, what's going to unite us? Oh, we unite us because we have to believe Farrakhan. But the man is shitting and pissing in the bag. He can't wipe his own ass right now. He walk around in a jumpsuit because they have to dress him. Yeah, he's the Messiah. But there's no reward for us with him. We just got to listen to him. And he's accused us. You're so sinful and wicked. You don't deserve reward. Let's move on, brothers. That's his father right there. You're talking about biology. What's that biology? Isn't the seed from the man? So your father's devil, see the resemblance? That's his father. That's his daddy there. You gotta take my Google. It's right there. He done had so many stories, lights in Jamaica, whatever. Right? He called his mother a hoe. Maybe she is. Because the official story is, right? She was living with this guy named Walcott. Wasn't married. But they had 2 stories. One story is she had sex with this guy named Percival. Devil. The other one is that he raped her. Either way, she had sex with him. Either he raped her, or she just had sex with him, because she was still Walcott, right? That makes her a hoe, right? If she was raped, his father's a rapist. At any rate, she got nervous when she got pregnant, and she didn't know whose it was, so she tried to abort it 3 times. He said so. Oh, he's a God chosen. He's special from God. But why would God allow his mama to be aborting him? We say, well, see, God was there because she wasn't successful. Whatever. You see? That's the story. What about that biology? Either way, he's the devil. He's Caucasian with black skin. That means he's not see Abraham. That means that covenant doesn't apply to him. That's why he's not telling you about it. And the point is that his people, the devils, have been living off us. They've been living off us for 5 years. They've been living off us, controlling our energy. We're a slave nation. And him, the house niggas, they've been living off us too. Because the devil told them, after he wasn't in the fields anymore, well, you can't live off us. He told his slave, his black children, black-faced children, you can't live off us. You can live off of them. They ain't in the fields anymore, so we ain't getting they ain't producing food and stuff for us anymore from the fields. So we can't got nothing to give you. What are we gonna do, Master? Do, Daddy? You can live off of them, and that's what we've been doing. The preachers, politicians, entertainers, they're the ones living off us now. See, they used to have blackface, a white boy with a black they don't do that anymore. They got actors. They got Wesley Snipes. They got Morgan Freeman. See? They're all them. See? So they don't need a blackface, they got the real deal. See? They're the blackface. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother. Both sides.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
And notice the contrast, brothers and sisters. When it comes to the devils, oh, I love it here. I want to stay here. I want to happen to them. I don't want nothing to happen. I want America to become great. I want it to be good again. The America that slaved us and beat and terrorized for hundreds of years, raped our women, beat us, tormented us. It takes terror to maintain a system like that. They terrorized America, a terrorist nation. They literally terrorized us for hundreds of years to keep us under control. Terror, burning, lynching, murder, rape, butt busting, you can name it. They had it all. Stuff you can't even imagine. They even ate, we was even an appetizer. Oh, they ate black folks. If it's human, right? That means not really human, right? Anyway, the bottom line is, but he got all that love for them. But look how much he loved for the Nation of Islam that he claims he neglected the fact that he's the one that killed the Nation of Islam. Him and Wallace, that he called his brother, they killed the Nation of Islam. I was there in the 70s, but see, 70, 75, I was there when all this went down. They killed the nation. They got rid of it. There was no Nation of Islam. They called something called Balalian. They got rid of it. So, hey, but he was part of it. Him and Wallace did it together. You understand? They did it together. And then he says, oh, when we had these things, why we have those things? Because Elijah Muhammad was a leader. We worked, we gave him money, and he came with the ideas, let's build a bank, let's build a store, let's get a farm, He was a leader. We gave him the fuel, and he provided the leadership. Get a bank, right? Get this, get that, get this temple here. You understand? So we gave him the fuel to do it. But we give Farrakhan the fuel, and he put in his goddamn pocket. He's a millionaire. He ain't produced a goddamn thing. It's like, here you are. You're a guide, and you guide people through the jungle. You're the guide now. They found you, but they don't know how to get through the jungle. So they found you, and then you get lost. And then you realize you're lost. He turns around and says, "Dumb niggas, we lost. Hey, hold it. Why you blaming us? You dumb niggas, you're stupid. You're lost. You dummies. Hey, hold it. What's following you? I don't hear that shit. You're stupid. You're lost. You dummies." That's what he's doing. He's the one God's lost. Right? He's the one God's lost. And then he blames us for being lost. See? So he's the one that's true. That the reason there's nothing there, but he blames the Muslims, or the Muslims, male and female, both sides, for not having anything. When he's the leader, they gave him the money. So how come you used to do something he didn't put in his pocket? Him and his son are multi-millionaires. They need them all to have any business. So we gave them the fuel, and they put it in their pockets. And then you see how he talk? Yeah, I pray Allah. I pray Allah that worms eat your ass. That's what we think about you, Mr. Holy. God love you. But look how I think about the devils who did all this stuff to us. See how I think about you, but you don't want to put in the stake. He's a vulture. He came back to eat the flesh of the nation he killed. He killed it, and then he come back to eat the flesh. That's what he come back for. He been living off us for 40-some years. Okay, so he come back. That's what he come back to do. He didn't produce any damn thing. Okay? But for the devils who, see, because it's the sisters, they got to do a fundraiser. Islam, I've never had this sister out on the street doing anything. You never had anything like that. He has sisters out on the street fundraising, so you can put $500 suits on his back, $300 steaks, $10,000 rings. But hey, I pray Allah that the worms eat your ass. The devils that do all this stuff to us. Oh, when I love them, I love them. Man, I'm going wild. Oh. God said they cannot be redeemed, they cannot be reformed, they must be removed from the planet. So he claims he's representing Last Muhammad. Let's say just totally opposite what he says. You don't see anything happen to him. So he's gonna stand between God and the devil and say, no. But between for us, I hope you go and get the words in their ass. See? Come on, God. Keep their ass. When it comes to us. When it comes to devil, oh God, no, please, don't do that to him. Please, leave him alone. I will not help him. Ooh, brothers and sisters, this is a glorious time. I don't know how to feel right now. Right now, I'm really tired. Right? But shit done hit the fan. And one thing, see, I know that these dudes had less than 90 days left. And so that right there invigorates me. But I see what's going to happen to them. And boy, what happened to these clowns is going to be off the most grievous chastisement. So they go in that bullshit. Watch what happens. See, I don't know. I'm like confused emotionally. I'm tired, right? I'm fired up because I know we're going to war. And I'm excited because I know those clowns are about to get everything. They're about to eat the shit they've been dishing out. So I'm all over the place, brothers and sisters. I'm saying, I think I'm gonna get a stroke, man. Because I'm telling you, man, so much happened. Because I've been preparing for this. I thought I was preparing for this for 35 years. I didn't know it was gonna take this long, right? Initially, but I didn't realize it was gonna be I'd be in the state I am. In fact, I never thought about it, right? I knew from when I was a child, it was visions I had, but I just thought I'd get this job done. And now we're in it. And I said, how does it affect me? See, I didn't think about how it was affecting me. How it was going to affect me. Now it's hit me like a storm. Bam! I'm getting emotions about what's happening there, the time frame we in, people I'm dealing with, what I know is about to happen with, with my next stage of my mission. So I'm trying to absorb all that, something like balance myself. Because this is, what can I tell you, bro? Since this is something, this is, Oh, no, I wasn't going to use that because that kind of confused people, but it's an unprecedented time, bro. So like, it's unprecedented times. That means it's going to it's going to affect you in an unprecedented way, I guess. I guess you can say it that way. But I'm all over the place right now, bro. Says I'm fired up at the same time. Like, man, be 77 in a couple more days. Oof. You see? That's Farrakhan. They said, accuse our brothers. That's what he's doing. He's attacking yourself and your wicked. Yeah, that so-called man farce. He humiliated black people all for the whole world to see. He had black folks hold their hand up and says, I will not do this. It means, if you say I will not do it anymore, that means you've been doing it. I will stop beating my mama. Right? I will stop screwing my dog. You see? I'm going to stop beating my wife. So he's telling the whole world that with the whole world, the picture, what they say in the movies, how we are, with dope deals, with hoes, everything else. He have us admitting that voice, that's who we are. And you so goddamn stupid, you went along with it. Well, maybe you didn't because you didn't stick with Farrakhan. So I guess maybe it dawned on you afterwards what he did to you. Because that man march wasn't Farrakhan's people. 99.9% of them wasn't his people. They wasn't with him afterwards either. He didn't collect any of those people. None turned over them. So maybe that's why he didn't. Because he got you admitting the whole world that you ain't no goddamn good. Your dope hoes, your dope pushers, everything the stereotypes they put about us, he have you saying, yes, that's who we are. And we're going to stop doing it because of Farrakhan. That's the biggest bullshit I've ever seen in my life. I said, God damn it, what the hell? And they made like it's a big thing. That's part of the reason why nobody showed up for the second one. He didn't even show up himself. That means LGBT community. That's what he said. He had him on a video. He didn't show up himself for the second one. That's a goddamn coward. But he took credit for the first one and it wasn't his thing. He was just part of something, but he said, oh, it's mine. Then why nobody show up for the second one then? Wait, yeah, I'm gonna stop shit in public, right? I'm gonna stop doing my dog. What? Got the whole world seeing us admitting that we what the movies say we are, what devils say we are. Whole world. It's our fault. Not by pushing that condition. It's our fault. We need to stop doing this. You didn't see that? You don't get that? That don't make sense to you? Boy, go on, brothers and sisters. That's what he's doing to his nation. He had to do a goddamn thing. It's take as a vulture. He won't give a goddamn thing, nothing but philosophy, Sunni, Scientology, all that bullshit. But he's the Messiah, though. Messiah, what? Is the Messiah supposed to deliver us something? Where's he deliver us to? So how the hell is the Messiah? Messiah's supposed to come deliver you to freedom, to happiness. He's not saying deliver us to freedom. He said, I want to stay here. We just got to be good American citizens. He already said if there's a war, he gonna fight for America. But if America's fallen and the war is coming, it says the war is coming from God. God's bringing the war upon America. So if you fight, you'll be fighting against God. Why is this stuff so simple? And you can't get it. Why? Because, like I said, your brain's distorted. Or you're a demon. Whatever the case is, you're still asleep. So I know I'm talking to sleep people. Because you're not going to wake up to a fiery chair. That's sad. And then even then, your only lifeline right now is the message of the covenant. That's the one you should be seeking. He's the one who's going to purify you and take you home. But he don't have to do that. But at this point, the God that gave up on you, I'm going to show you in a minute. Elijah gave up on you, I'm going to show you in a minute. One thing you got left is the message of the covenant. He's about to give up on you. If he gave up on you, you lost. And he's not going to go all the way with you. He's only going to set you into the tribulation. He's going to leave you. That's your last shot. That's your last chance. But you done done that to yourself. You put yourself in that condition. So now you're going to sink or swim now. Anybody, no lifeline. The last life you're going to get is to get you, right? Wake you up, and that's it. They're going to leave you and see what you do. There's not going to be a messenger or prophet here to walk through. When you need him the most, not going to be one here. Because people are tired of your bullshit. You better read this carefully. God tired of your bullshit, Moses tired of your bullshit, and I'm tired of it too, tell you the truth. Oh, we'll tell you the truth. I got to be careful. That's lame. Like we say, I tell you the truth, it means like I've been lying to you all the time. No. Let me cut that short. I'm tired too. If you want to know what's going on, right, with me, I'm tired of it too. And I'm your last hope, whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter to me. I don't want your money. I don't want anything from you. I told my wife the other day, I said, I'm ready to pack up now and leave. Why keep staying there? I said, I've done my duty. And the war is already breaking loose. So why need to stay here? Put enough information out there. So much light out there. I mean, it's a blind you. A blind, a blind person could see it. And still, okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. This desolation happened right before your eyes. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's mentioning it because it backfires them because they had turned all the way backwards. I mean, this desolation, according to them, for years, was the Arabs going to be surrounded, doing what they're doing to the Jews, what Jews are doing to Arabs. So now it's a verse, they say, oh, that means that those false Jews are one about to be destroyed. That's why they ain't telling you about the boundless desolation. It was right before your eyes. It's going on right before your eyes. That's what's going over here. It says to be in Jerusalem. It's a flash of yellow light. That's the Messiah. Can't wipe his own ass. But he's going to deliver his wheelchair. But deliver us away. He said we ain't going anywhere. So the Messiah, what is the Messiah of? Scientology? Then we need to be looking at L. Ron Hubbard, right? So this is the most the biggest bullshit. I mean, this has been the clearest. Elijah Muhammad said, the truth made so clear in the fool and error. This is the clearest thing you ever seen. So how the hell are they with this fool? You say, how is that possible? Because you got most of them are demons. They have no choice. It's so clear. Over $5,000 they can just show, I'm going to show you in a minute, $5,000 they can show me one verse in the Bible or Quran that justify what he's saying, that confirms what he's saying. Just one verse. Just one verse. And they can't. Just one verse. Bible, Quran. Yeah. He's so easy to see them. So they say, why don't they? So because they still sleep. How asleep can you be? They say, really sleep because you're dead. Well, Walking Dead, that's deep. That's the state the Levites are in. Walking dead. They created tribulation for themselves. They created tribulation. In 90 years, over 90 years, the match from his appearance to start working on getting out of here, start the journey, and they did nothing. So now they got to make that long 90-year journey. They got to complete in 5 months. Damn, ooh, that's the tribulation. You got 35 years to create 3,500 miles. 35 years to transfer 3,500 miles. 100 miles a year. But you don't do anything. So when the last 5 months come, then you're going to start the journey. Now you got to cover 3,500 miles in 5 months. Walking? Damn. They did themselves. And now they make themselves the biggest hypocrites you can imagine. I'm going to show you that in a minute, too. Your mouth.
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
There you go. $5,000, man, for years. No one's ever taken me up on it. They sent me Instagrams. They speaking against Farrakhan. He's a good man. Well, if I'm wrong, they're going to get you $5,000. You got so many Instagrams. You got to call me names. Threaten me. Give me $5,000. It's a win-win. You get $5,000 if you're right, as you claim. If I don't pay you, then show everybody I'm a liar. Win-win for you. Move on. The damned.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother. So how sick that shit is? That's what it is, shit. Sick that is? There's no resemblance to Elijah Muhammad or what Elijah Muhammad taught. No resemblance whatsoever. I'm totally against it. So Elijah Muhammad just bait because they got to snuff out the light. Anyone that may be carrying any of Elijah's light. So he said, hey, Elijah, something that draws you in. And then you get this shit here. It's totally against everything. Everything. They can't show me any verse, anything Elijah Muhammad written, anything unless that support what he just said. In fact, it's totally opposite. It's not about skin color. No, it's not about skin color. You're right about that. It's about that. We got a problem. Because demons, they got a skin color, but they got that devil nature. Warren, brothers and sisters.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Okay, let's look at this, brothers and sisters. And remember what he said. Those being part of the book and this the other. Now see, that forecast, I'm going to do a little bitty critiques. Now he said, let me show you something in a minute. He said, oh, we got to go to the Quran because it's corrupt. The Bible's corrupt and they twist some things around and see what they're getting at. Is that if you go to the Bible, he destroys Farrakhan, destroys them totally, obliterates them. Just go to Exodus. He claims Aaron, if you read the Bible, interpretation of Aaron was no goddamn good. He died in the woods, got all his people killed. See? So they get around that because that's where I'm destroying them. It says, who Lord will destroy it because will consume the spirit of his mouth. They try to change that to Adam and Eve. Some kind of, no, the fruit was us. That's no, the tree was us. Anyway, the whole thing was to get around. Because remember, Legion says, stop tormenting me. That means he was being tormented by this message. It was hurting him. Their so-called mosque, premium mosque, was virtually empty today. On a Sunday, virtually empty. Maybe 4 or 5 rows. They had the men about 6 rows out, and it was every other seat to make it look like they was more full than was. So if you put them together, if there was 6 rows every other seat, that means only 3 rows. You put them all together, right? You see what I'm saying? It's sad. But he's saying, well, I'm sure what he said was, and he quoted the Quran, I'm sure the verse. He says, and see, because he's the boy plain this totally stupid. He's certified stupid. Says, those who believe in part of the book, this being the other. No, excuse me. Says, this book's no doubt in it. It's got to keep duty. Who believe unseen to keep a prayer spell. We're given him. Believe that was revealed to thee and revealed before thee. Revealed to thee and revealed before thee. Wait a minute, to thee is the Quran. Right? Before thee is the Bible. But he said, no, the Bible, because see, they're trying to get around the fact that the Bible destroys Farrakhan. Quran does too, really. See? But the Bible goes in details. The Quran doesn't. Quran just mentioned Aaron one time, and when he mentioned it, it wasn't good. Well, he mentioned 2 times, actually. One time when he was with Moses, right? Another time when Moses returned and wanted to kick his ass. See? That's what the Quran says. So why do he want to kick his ass? And then he blamed other people. Remember that I talked about the guide? He gets you lost, and then he blames you for being lost? That's what Aaron did. He was a leader, but he blamed the people for being misled. He do the same thing here in Exodus. Anyway, so he says, what I mean, it says, and he just said, God says this. That means you got to be in the Bible too. But he said, no, you can't. Well, he just told you God said you have to. You see how stupid that boy is, certified stupid. It says, I'm going to show you the verse. We're going to play this. Okay? I think it's the next slide anyway. Let me just see. Remember, it says, those who believe was revealed to thee and revealed before thee. No, excuse me. Let's back up, just play it one more time.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
See, there's so much wisdom in that statement. I tell people so much, because it says, day of resurrection. Whose resurrection? That's us who submitted. But they will be thrown back. That means their separation will take place. Right? That separation between the wheat and the chaff. I don't know more, brothers and sisters. The scriptures are perfect. So if you're out there pissing on it and shitting on it and saying all kinds of stuff, you're hurting yourself. And really, you have no idea how it's going to hurt you. Being part of the book and disobeying the other. So let's see if that's true about those folks. Mention the covenant. And remember, they mentioned that today about Elijah. They mentioned it. They mentioned about Elijah.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
That's what God said. He says, hey, this messenger coming. Oh, look. He's a messenger too. They say Elijah's the last messenger. And they never mentioned the messenger of the covenant. But God said he's coming. So they believe in part of the book. They mention Elijah in there, Malachi, but they don't mention the messenger of the covenant. So they believe in part of the book and this being the other. Because he said the messenger of the covenant is coming. But they never mention the messenger of the covenant, do they ever? Because they can't mention the covenant. I'm sure what the covenant is a minute. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? This stuff is so simple. It's right there. That's why they didn't want you to look in the Bible. Oh, it's corrupt. But God said you got to believe in it too. So why we tell you something believing it's corrupt? Message of the covenant. They never mention him ever. That's a second messenger that comes after Elijah. They said nobody's coming after Elijah. Okay, let's move on. I'm wrong? Tell them wrong. Show me I'm wrong. Remember they mentioned Malachi, they don't mention that part. So see how they do it, how well they do the covenant.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14. And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Remember, he was, come on. It's not color, it's about submission to the will of God. Well, that's what God's will is. He's going to judge America. The Pharaoh said, he don't want to see America judged. So is he consistent with the will of God? Because God's will is say, that's what I'm going to do. Pharaoh said, I don't want to see it happen in America. I don't want to see it happen in America. But he says, you're going to judge them for what they did. I don't want to see it happen in America. I want to see America survive. I love America. I want to stay here. Right? But it says they would come out. Pharaoh said, we ain't going nowhere. I don't want to go nowhere. So is he consistent with God's will? This is God's will here. God's speaking. Okay. Now, they do speak about this part. They don't speak about they speak about going out, but they say coming out means coming out of religion for her names. That's not what it means. That's what they say. Let's see how they do the second part of this. Remember part of the book, this being other. Genesis, right? Let's go. Genesis 15.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Now, how in the hell can they tell you, God, we're not going anywhere? Let's call God a liar. Because that's God's word right there. It tells you exactly where we're going. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But they said we're not going. No, and they never mentioned the covenant part. They mentioned the previous part. They never mentioned the covenant part. They never mentioned the covenant or the covenant. And that was Elijah's foundation message. Separate, return home, turn the fathers back to the children back to the father. That's the core message. And they said, no, it ain't true. Elijah's a liar. We ain't going nowhere. They ain't no measure of covenant, and there ain't no covenant. How clear is that can be? But they keep telling you to follow Elijah. That's Elijah's core message, separation. Back to our land. Remember it said, turn the fathers back to his children back to the fathers, return back to our land, back to our own people. That's what Elijah would do. They said, no, hell no. I like it here. And they're our brothers. See, Elijah said they're devils. Master Muhammad said they're devils. You know, they're and you want to tell me that they were Elijah? If they tell you that, you know they're a goddamn lie. Or they're demons. Either way, it's still a lie. There's no way in the world you can say that. This is very simple truth here. Let's move on. Let's see if we can identify the identity of the messenger of the covenant.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Remember Euphrates River? Okay. The message of the covenant is Joshua. He's the one who's going to fulfill the covenant. The message of the covenant is the one that fulfills the covenant, right? So that's Joshua. They don't mention Joshua either, do they? But what happened to Moses? Excuse me, what happened to Aaron? See? Aaron got skipped over. In fact, he died in the wilderness. You see? He got all his people killed. He never got made to promise, and he died in the wilderness, died here in America. Got his people killed. It can't be any clearer than that. They never mentioned the covenant, the message of the covenant, and the identity of the message of the covenant. He's the Messiah. Joshua is the Messiah. Because he's going to fulfill the covenant. But they never mention him. They never mention the covenant, the message of the covenant, or the identity. All three together. So is that not proof that they're deceiving you about the truth? Because that's your vision. That's what Elijah Muhammad came to tell you. And they said, that don't mean shit. They dismiss it. So that means they're not following Elijah Muhammad, are they? They're to nullify everything Elijah Muhammad said. We're not going anywhere. And the last messenger is Elijah. And everybody coming after Aaron. So there's no Joshua, there's no message of the covenant, and there's no covenant. So what the hell we go through all this for then? Because you're wicked, that you're being punished. See, you don't get reward for being punished. See, so he's beating our people. He's beating their brains and beating their minds, which is bullshit, because he's one of them. We just expect him to his father's a devil. If we leave, they starve to death. They've been living off us. It's like you got a herd of cattle, and that's your meal, that's your food. All of a sudden you look around, the cattle going, now, wait. See? They bought the grass and gone. Oh. That's why Pharaoh didn't want us to leave. That's why they didn't want us to leave. Because they're the vultures. If we leave, they go back to cave dwelling again. They got rich after they brought us here. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
Who's with Moses? Who's with Aaron when Pharaoh blew his ass up with those radiation pellets? Castrate him, have him shit and piss in the back. Who's with him then? See? He's talking about Joshua here. He said nothing will happen to him. Pharaoh, that's a curse. He says, in Malachi, there'd be another person there. His curse was a curse for robbing a nation. Nation. My brothers and sisters. We'll try to finish this today if possible. I got a lot more to talk about here. Vengeance. But let me reiterate what I said earlier, brothers and sisters. We're a slave nation. And Farrakhan said we need to stay here. I mean, we remain a slave nation because we're under their control. They tell us what to do. They tell us how to run our business, how to obey their laws, do what they tell us to do, arrest our women, arrest our children, arrest our men, put them in jail, electrocute them, force them to fight in armies. Well, then we're a slave nation. See? So we're not, under Farrakhan, you're not even a nation. Her purpose is to destroy the idea of nation, but he used nation as a bait because he's trying to say, using Elijah as a bait. So he called it nation, but they started some called Babylonians. That's bait. There's no nation here. We're a slave nation. Those the original people here, we're a slave nation. That's why it says, let my people go so they serve me. I'm their king, but you got them serving you. That means you enslaved my nation. That's what I'm saying. You have enslaved my nation. The Pharaoh said, no, we're going to stay here with Master. We want to stay here with Master. We love Master. I love it here. So either he's a demon, he one of them, or a straight up fag, he like getting busted in the butt. And he didn't turn and enjoy it. Oh, you know, come on, dude, give me some more. So which one is it? Your butt broken or you're a demon? It's one of the two. Because you like it. I don't like it. I don't want to be here. I don't want to mess with my women, rape my women, use my children, rape my children too. Tell them us what to do, how we need to act, obey their laws. Fuck all of that. But I said, no, we should stay here. I want you to have America. I love it here. What would you love about it, Farrakhan? I don't want to be any place else. Why? When the promise is to go home. No, you don't want to be any place else because this is your home. Because this, and if we leave, right, you get plundered too. It says we left, Egypt was plundered. That means it was destroyed economically. And so who you gonna live off of then, Farrakhan? Because you ain't going with us. Because you're not seed Abraham. I don't want to go nowhere. I want to stay with that. I want to have the, how can I make America good? How can I turn shit into honey? I know I can turn shit into honey somehow. Jesus, help me. I want to turn this shit into honey. I don't want to see it flush down the toilet. I want to keep eating it. Sick. Let's move on. Here we are. Accurate. I told you last year, right? Once that war started, it says there'd be a pause for about half an hour. An hour is 1 year. That half an hour is 6 months. So you round it out. It'd be either 5 months or 7 months. 5 months passed. So it says, and then the war will resume. The war will start, and then it will be a pause. It says it. I explain it in detail. I'm not going to it now. I explain it in excruciating detail. Going to the fifth seal, right? The fifth seal is silence. All other seals are taught. That's the only one that's silent, and it has to do with Syria and so forth, so on. I explain it in detail. You can go look for it. It's out there, right? I said, when that silence take place probably 7 months, and then the war resumes. And when it resumes, that's the end of false Israel, and that's the beginning of Armageddon, because America, that's the war in heaven. When it resumes, that's the end of false Israel. They're under siege, and America and Britain's kicked out of the Middle East. All hell breaks loose. That's the beginning of Armageddon. The apocalypse already started with the first warning signal. What was the warning signal? Abomination of desolation. What's going on in Gaza? It says, when you see, it says the uprising put down with great cruelty. They had it backwards. And now they come out the way it come out. That's why they're quiet about it. It's obvious that's the abomination of desolation. But no one's talking about it because they were saying the abomination of desolation meant that the Arabs were going to have the Jews surrounded, and the Jews would be tormented and killed and slaughtered. That's what they've been preached for years in Jerusalem. But then turn out the other way around. Because the one that was doing the slaughtering, they was going to, says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, you know, it's desolation is not. That means they're about to be destroyed. See, so they were saying, well, Jesus will come back and destroy the Arabs. That was their story. They're going to have false Israel surrounded, just kill them, wipe them out, genocide, and that's going to bring Jesus come back. They're going to call on Jesus. Jesus going to come back and save them and get rid of all the Arabs. But then it turned out the other way around. The Jews are persecuting the Arabs. They're trying to join the Arabs. So that's why they won't speak to it, because that would mean that, hey, America is part of the problem. And Jesus is coming back and going to destroy them. And false is about to be destroyed. That's why. You'd be surprised how much everything is dictated by sealed Bible. Just like they've been telling people that Gog is Russia. And false Israel is Israel. And Scripture said God's going to attack Israel, which God will. America's going to attack us. But they saying, they got you thinking that Gog is Russia and Russia's going to attack false Israel. So that's why they hate Russia so much, because they believe that Scripture was a lie. They got it all backwards. Let's move on, bro. So you'd be surprised how much that's dry. Because remember, that's just Scripture. And they're motivated by that Scripture, but they got it all wrong. Some of the intentions, like chapter 20. The millennium is past. That was there 200 years, 1,000 years in dark ages. They tell you, oh, that's King of God. He's going to set up 1,000 year kingdom he's going to set up. No, that was their history. But they can't tell you that, because that means they would be Satan and the devil, because they was one in the bottomless pit. They was one in. See, they can't tell you where it is, because that's the history. They just expose who they are. Go tell you who was in the bottomless pit. They were. That means they're Satan. They're the devils. Let's move on. So if you count that down, June was the war, July, August, September, October, November, December, 6 months. So that means the process start resuming in January. The war began resuming in January, and exactly what happened. It was quiet, silence for those 6 months. All was done. Trump says, oh, it's done. The program obliterated, and all this stuff was quiet. Then suddenly, in January, boom, all hell breaks loose. Got riots and stuff. They sending troops over there right now. They're getting ready to attack Iran. America's getting ready to send the ships over there right now, set up to attack them any day now. When that happens, all hell breaks loose. That's going to trick off at Armageddon. Let's move on. Oh, here we are. Between January and February. Even the devil is saying it's going to be soon. They attack them. They go back, and Iran gets, and America and false Israel gets back in. They're all going to be involved. And Hassan going to be involved too. And see, here we go. See, maker, owner, cream of planet Earth, God, and universe. That means everything belongs to us. But they have everything. We have nothing. They have our energy. Remember, we're slave nation. These people have stolen our identity. These people have our land. They have our economy. And this clown has destroyed our vision. He claims he's not giving Elijah Muhammad's vision. He says, we ain't going nowhere. They destroy our vision. So we at the bottom down here. So if we make own a cream planet Earth, God, and universe, that means all belongs to us. We got to take all it back. They ain't giving it back. That is a tribulation. Excuse me. That's not tribulation. That's part of it. It's apocalypse. We can take everything. The great reset. That means it's a universal war, because they're going to resist us taking all this back. So we got to fight all of them to get back to our original position. Make own a cream of planet Earth, God, universe. That means global war, brothers and sisters, apocalypse. Because they all have everything. We have nothing. Our language, our religion, our land, our energy, our identity, right? They have it all. And we have nothing. And so to get all that back, we got to fight all of them. And says the man Messiah will have to lead that battle. You think Farrakhan can lead that battle in his wheelchair? Because it says the Messiah is the one who has to lead that battle and take it back. Master Muhammad is not going to take it back. He's going to give you support. He says, told Joshua, okay, here it is. You go take it. I got your back. He gets personally involved in a couple of places, right? But it's Joshua on the land has to take all this back. And then he gives the kingdom back to Master Muhammad at the end of it. So what does that mean? Do you understand that either? Let's move on. Take all this back. Let me say one other thing before I go any further, brother. Says I'm gonna have this 2 parts. See, this is all about the Levites. We don't have a problem with the Shabbats, because they're leaving out when the master when Masula leaves out. But the Levites, they problematic. And they make hypocrites themselves. We had a person not so long ago, right? He's telling everybody, oh, he's a messenger of the covenant. But he couldn't respect me as the messenger of the covenant. So that makes him a hypocrite. Because I'm the messenger of the covenant, that means I'm the guy. If you say, he's the guy, follow him. But then he can tell, hey, that's the wrong way. You shouldn't go this way. Then you're the fucking guy, then, aren't you? Well, then use that word again. Oh, I'm going to use it a lot. Because that turns you around by. We're going to get in that in a minute. You have no idea what's going on here. Okay? So you got people, oh, they will tell, oh, you got to believe in the angel, but they don't believe in it. How you going to lift somebody up the second floor and you're on the first floor? Or you going to push them up? That means you're still on the first floor. How you going to? If you lift them up, you got to hold them up. You got to be on the second floor. If you don't know the angel, how you going to tell somebody else they got to believe in it? You don't believe in yourself because you don't know it. That makes you a hypocrite. Because the whole idea, you supposed to tell people they got to go to the gym. You got to go. You can't just go to the gym. You got to go to the gym and exercise. But you don't go to the gym and exercise. Well, if you go, you just stand and look at the machines. So that makes you a hypocrite. That's what's going to help you. And you said I'm 1,000 pounds overweight, and you ain't doing anything. You tell them they got to do it. That makes you a hypocrite. And the worst punishment for hypocrites. That's why I don't want nobody around me. I don't want any father. I don't want any bother with that bullshit. Because it's insanity. So you might as well stay asleep and leave us alone and wake up and everybody else wake up and hope maybe you make it to the tribulation. Because this ain't no game. And all you do is hurting yourself. And you're going to run into a damn brick wall in a minute. And you're going to tell somebody, oh, this is the person, and then you can't get along with them. You're not following advice. You're in the class, tell everybody they got to study, and you ain't studying. Oh, here's the angel, and you ain't studying it. How you gonna get them to teach them, and you don't know it? See, that's that clown circus, that Farrakhan guy going over there. So you might as well go back over there with him. Because it's not, all you do is hurting yourself in the most dramatic way. Because now you call yourself a hypocrite. Like I say, how can you believe in the God you haven't seen and can't deal with your brother who you have seen? Or just when you do it, but you never been, but you go, oh, I know I'm gonna get along with God when he comes. You never seen him. You don't know what it's gonna be like. Nobody knew what I was gonna be like. Then you got these crazy ideas of somebody. Oh, Jesus love everybody. He's gonna say everybody bullshit. We have people who know. Oh, you mean everybody got drowned? Think about that. When Noah came and everybody that wasn't on the ark got drowned. Luke baby knew that. What? Oh, they drowned with heaven? Well, that was a good thing. They should have drowned. If that was the case, and you don't be on the ark and you get drowned and you're going to meet a heaven, hell, drown me. I jump back in the water. Hey, Noah, what happened to people that don't in the ark? Oh, they're going to be drowned. And what happened? They're going to heaven. No, I'm jumping in the water. I'm jumping in the water. The hell with this ark? Then I'm going to stay here for. I'm going to stay here in a two-bedroom apartment when I can be in a mansion? See how dumb that shit is? When the people wake up and they see how dumb, they're gonna be beside themselves. This is more, brothers and sisters. This is where we are right now. This is what we have to overcome. This is what you have to overcome. But you ain't ready for this. And you should be out there talking about it. If you don't know what he's talking about, telling people about the angel, you don't know it. So you say, well, I don't know. Well, how do you know it's true then? How you know it's true? If you don't know, how you know it's true? So you got to spread shit you don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't be talking. The scheme. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. See here? I best know it. This book, there's no doubt, has got to keep that dude who believe unseen, heal prayer and spell we've given them, who believe in that was revealed to thee, and that revealed before thee, the Bible. But he said, no, it's corrupt. It's distorted. Well, hey, but he quoted this. That's how dumb that boy is. He gets quoted this and says, you got to. He said, no, we can't believe the Bible because it's corrupted, tampered with. It just said, and he said, God's talking. He said, God's talking. And so God didn't know that? He didn't know that? He said, you got to reveal that before thee. That's how dumb the people are over there. And I'm not having no dummies around me like that either. Just say shit on the fuck they're talking about. Yeah, you don't like that word? Bye. I don't want anything from me. I'm not asking for any followers. I'm who I am. I got the light. And you ain't gonna tell me how I should be, how I should act, or how you act like you want me. Because I talk to some old timers, and you'd be surprised about things Elijah talked about in the day before Mountain came along, and the stuff that Master Farmer said to him. I tell you, boy, says God's a man. But you want to make him, oh, he don't boo-boo. Because Jesus don't boo-boo, man. You mean tell me he don't boo-boo. Man, he won't do that stuff, man. He don't go to the bathroom. Some people think that way. Right? But it says the horse, but there's going to be a war. It says he's going to be slaying people, trampling and cutting their throats. And, yeah. How you going to do all that? Okay, let's read. I'm going to have them do 2 parts, brothers and sisters. I'm going to read this, hopefully, slowly, carefully. I know I just stopped my voice. I'm tired of buying microphones. I buy better ones, right? So, no matter what. Right? Anyway, and the Lord said to Moses, go get thee down for thy people, which thou hast brought out of the land of Egypt, and corrupt themselves. This is when Moses returned. Now, this is Elijah, right? It's turning to where? Turning to Aaron's camp. That's in control. So he returned. There's God talking. This is Master Muhammad talking to Elijah. And says, Master Muhammad said to Elijah, go thee down for that people which they had brought out of the land. It has corrupt themselves. Oh, that's right. Because lift everybody up, right? That's what he said. He's done more than anybody. They have turned aside quickly out of the way I command them. In other words, they weren't preaching my teachings. They wasn't preaching what I was teaching. They're not preaching my words. And that's exactly the truth. And I get 5,000, everybody tell me I'm lying. You're not teaching Elijah Muhammad's teachings. No way, shape, form, or fashion. You ain't representing, because I tell you, get $5,000, you can prove that you are. And you're not representing Master Farad Muhammad either. The lessons. That's what said right there. God says, they have turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They made themselves a golden molten calf and worship it and have the sacrifice to it and said, these are thy gods. So you don't understand it as that suit is, but I'm not going to push that one. Right? Oh, it's a witch have brought thee out of the land of Egypt. It said, this is Farrakhan talking. And the Lord said unto Moses, I have seen these people. And behold, it's a stiff-necked people. So Master Farrakhan's getting He's getting tired of them. He said, man, all these people stiff-necked. Now, therefore, let me alone, that I may, my wrath, but he's angry at him. He's wrathful at him. Because what they done? They turned aside from his way. They ain't preaching his teachings. This is what Exodus says. I didn't make this up. Oh, that's tampered with. Right? And against them, and that I may assume them and make thee of a great nation. That's exactly what happened. Because read the ark. They was excluded from the ark. They so-called neighbors Islam were excluded from the ark. They was outside the ark. And Elijah had two Esau nations, two Esau tribes on his level. He raised from them. That's what it says here. If you understand the ark. That's exactly what happened. God did it. He says, hell with them. I'm tired of them. See? Moses, go down there, see what's going on. See, I'm tired of them. That's the God-forsaken. Okay, let's move on. Okay, here's another one. Why do the heathen rage? That people imagine a vain thing. The kings of earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord, against his anointed. Anointed is us, the real Israel, saying, let us break their bands asunder, keep us all divided, right? And cast away their cords from us. Keep them all divided and confused. He that says in heaven shall laugh. Talking about the message of the covenant, shall laugh. Right? Having derision. And the Lord shall have them in derision. See? Because they make this plan and you just laugh now. Because you understand how force works, how pressure works. That's a vain thing. Their plan is not going to work. That's it. Why the heathen rage that people imagine a vain thing? So message of the covenant could be laughing at their ass. Right? Okay. Then shall he speak unto them with his wrath, and vex him in his sore displeasure. We're gonna kick. He might have the ass. Gonna tear the ass apart, right? Yet have I set my king upon my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree the Lord has said unto me. Thou art my son. This day I have begotten thee. Answer me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thy. That's Master Muhammad talking to his spiritual son. His Master Muhammad is David, and Suleiman. That's where Suleiman comes from. Son of man comes from Suleiman. It's a play on words. They don't know that. They saying they don't know what the hell they talking about. Suleiman, that's a play on words. It's son, Suleiman. See? And he's a seed of David. He's a spiritual son of David. Both us. Seed of Abraham. And David represents Master from him. He's the one who slays Goliath, right? Okay. Thou, my son, this day I have begotten thee. Ask me, I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, uttermost parts of earth for thine possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Right, the rod of iron, that's matched from his angels. Right? Thou shalt dash them to pieces like a potter's vessel. That sounds like, oh, beat the little booties. I always make your blood. You take 10, get in the corner, I'm gonna fuck you up. Which one is it? Which one's more appropriate? Be not wise, therefore. O ye kings, be instructed, ye judge earth. Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, to my Suleiman, lest he be angry, and you perish from the way. When his wrath kindled but a little. Blessed are they that they put their trust in him. Because lest he perish from the way. His wrath kindled but a little. Suleiman come to kick ass. Fuck this world up. It sounds like he coming, go. I want to save America. Why you gotta use that language? You're gonna hear worse than that, brothers and sisters. This is the time it is. I'm trying to prepare you for what it is. If you don't like it, fine. I'll hang on back there. But you won't see much. Oh boy. Well, you can't control your mouth, really. People that know me outside just don't hear the kind of language because it ain't meant for that. It's meant for you to get you off your ass and try to wake your ass up if that's possible. Well, it's too late. But it says you're not gonna wake up to the fire at your ass, so you can't say I didn't try. Before she travailed, she brought forth her pain came. She was delivered of a man child. Who had heard such a thing? Who had seen such things? Shall the earth be made to bring forth one day? Shall the nation be born at once? To a slave nation, this means come free. Nation born at once. That's about to happen. In a few more days, brother, before summer. Oh, whoa, that's aggressive, yes. Because as soon as this war resumes, hell breaks loose, and it's about to resume. It's going on now. See? It's like, you throw a punch, say it take a second to get there, right? Okay, well, it didn't did it yet, it didn't take a whole second. So they throwing that punch right there, but how long it take a ship to get there? How long it take a missile, a bullet to hit? You see what I'm saying? So once they fire, the bullets are out the way. That's just how long it take to hit there. The war's on. See? So now they're moving ships and stuff in the area. So what Iran's going to do is they're going to wait, like Saddam Hussein did to the last minute to get them position. I'm not going to get into that, brother, sister. I'm not going to reveal anymore. I've revealed a lot already. Shall I bring to birth and not come to bring forth? Said the Lord, shall I cause to bring forth, shut the womb? Said no, this baby's going to be born. And nobody's going to stop it. That's it. God said, hey, ain't nobody going to stop this. I'm going to make sure nobody stop it. Shall I bring to birth and not come bring forth? Said no. See? But in a way, he's the father, that's right, because he's the one that got us pregnant about 9 years ago, coming pregnant Elijah with his nation. So the nation was like, he was like the father, Elijah was like the mother. Okay? Then you got a retarded, rebellious, deformed child, Pharaoh God. Another parable he set forth to him, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man which sowed good seed in his field. But while he men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. They use the word seed. See? And when you read this, they're talking about people here. So they're talking about seed. They're talking about flowers. They're talking about seed. So that means somebody put their evil seed, or enemy, put their seed amongst us, sowing our women. Right? So good seed, how you sow a seed? How does man sow a seed? You got to put it in the women. You got to read this stuff, brothers and sisters. So somebody came and put out, sow their seed in our women. The enemy did it. That's the raping our women. See? While we were asleep, while we were asleep, the Holocaust. See, it's all right there. You got to read it. See? But when the blade sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tear also. So now we start rising up. They're there too. You know, we're all mixed together. So say, the household came and said unto him, Sir, did not thou sow good seed in the field? Original people, we was the one in Holocaust, right? Yeah. And whence did how come these tares? He said, until an enemy had done this. They raped our women. They sowed the seed among my women. The servant said to him, well, thou then go in and gather them up? But he said, nay, at least you gather up the tares, because you can't distinguish them yet. Remember what God told Jonah? You can't do on the left and the right yet. You don't do anything yet. You're doing on the left and the right. That's what he's telling you. They can't tell the tares from the wheat yet. That's what he's saying. Right? You know what I'm saying? Right and left hand. That's why well, I'm not going to that. But at least he gathered at least you gather up the tares and root up also the wheat, because you can't distinguish them yet. Turns out you can't distinguish them yet. But let it go together until the harvest. That's the harvest. It's war in the Middle East. That's harvest time, right? And in the time of harvest, I would say to reapers, gather you together first tares and bind them and bundle them and burn them and gather them and wheat, and right? In other words, get them demons, fire kind of demons, throw them in the fire. And then we take the wheat and take it home in the barn. That's the whole story is right there. But they never talk about the tares of wheat, do they? You ever hear talk about that story? Why? Because they have to admit that God's one of the tares. Lost the devil. Then Jesus said to the multitude, and went away in the house, and the disciples came and saying, declare us the parable of the tares of the field. Another story, another parable. He answered said to them, he that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man. Right? The field is the wrath of the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom. The tares are the children of the wicked one. Right? The enemy that sowed them, the enemy that sowed is the devil. They make it clear. The devil, there's a devil seed that sowed amongst our women. The tares are the devil's children that's mixed in with the wheat. The harvest is the end of the world. That's what I just said, right? And these are the angels. As therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so shall it be in the end of the world. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels. They shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and them that do iniquity. Shall cast into the furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnash of teeth. Then shall the righteous shine forth the son of the kingdom of their father. And he, okay, let me explain this because I didn't talk about this that much. I talk about it, by the way. Okay, say you're running and you got to, so say you're out running lions, right? Okay, and so a whole bunch of people running, right? But the weakest one, they're going to get caught eating. Right? But say you run into, you got a deadline. You got to maybe a flood is coming, something. You got to get the hell out of town real fast. But people that can't keep up, they get destroyed, right? The weakest one get destroyed. Because they can't make it. So they put that in the context of Injil and hereafter. We got to escape the gravitational vortex. You got to get there. Because you got the gravitational force of this world is holding you down. People clean the earth, Allah will lift them up, they clean the earth. So this the American dream, all that stuff is holding them down. And they got to break that to get to the hereafter. Because nobody's going to pull them up. It didn't say Allah's going to break their grip. It says, he said, Allah will lift them up, they clean the earth. Well, if he was going to break the grip, he would just say, well, he wouldn't say it that way. He says, oh, they clean the earth, I'm just going to break the grip. See? But you're going to get some assistance in that respect. See? Because this world is going to be destroyed. So what you hold on to, it won't be there. Anyway, that's another story. You understand? So the thing is that the people that can't, they're going to be pulled back down to the gravitational vortex to be destroyed. That's called culling. And so that's why I says people, I'm not sure if I have it here. There's a lot of people that fall in that category. Because they're just too weak, they can't make it hereafter. They're not demons, but this world life. That's one of the reasons why we're here, over here. So only the strong will break out of here, the best of our seed. We don't want our big seed because that seed, we propagate it back to our nation. We don't want that. So the only ways to escape, the ones that escape here, that's why they're taken out. Okay, they already accomplished their mission. But the rest have to go through tribulation. It says, I purify you with fire. That means that they can't withstand the fire, it gets burned up. They're not demons, they just couldn't make it. They're too weak. Their gene says they're too weak to make it. They can't make it to the next season. They're stuck in the season. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. See? What's the cut? The angel. They can't understand the angel. That means they can't break gravitational vortex. That means they're going to be pulled back. That's the criteria. If you can't like that, then you can't go to hereafter because your mental capability has to be at least at a level to survive there. It's like in this society right now, they say, well, you got to read and write. So you can't read and write. That means you can't even make it here. There's certain criteria. Oh, that's cool. Now that's just the way it is. See, because they got you thinking all this crazy backward stuff. So a lot of people are lost because it says they love this world. They got the cares of this world life was stronger than the vision of the hereafter. The American dream, the dream was more powerful to them, more powerful, had better grip on them than the vision. So they went down with the dream. There's more about this. I hope but maybe you understand, maybe you don't. See here, I indeed baptized. This was Elijah talking. This is, remember, John talking to the real Messiah. I indeed baptize with water until repentance, but he that comes after me, now anybody come to Elijah? Well, is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize with the Holy Ghost and with fire. with fire. There says the message come with fire. Elijah came with water. With fans in his hand, he shall thoroughly purge his floor and gather the wheat into the garden. He shall burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire. But he ain't fucking around. He's gonna thoroughly purge. It means she gotta be perfect. No boy, oh, well, I think maybe it's just anything. It's gonna be perfect, thoroughly purged. Coming to the bullshit, saying stuff that don't make no sense and just say anything. No, he would thoroughly purge his floor. He's not gonna sit any of the floors. If you're gonna build a kingdom last forever, there's a floor, and that floor is gonna grow. If you got a floor, it's gonna grow, it's gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger. So we make sure there's no flaws in it all. You thoroughly purge the floor. I keep telling people, they say anything. It's not going to be accepted. I'm not going to accept it. It's like a screening. Like, you have a screen that you put water, food in, and the water comes out. Right? That's what it's like. I pour all of them in that thing screen, and some going to fall through, and some the weak is going to fall through. Just the way it is. That's just the mathematics of it. Oh, he's my son, he's my daughter, he's my friend. No, hell with that. That's not going to work that way. It tells you right there, Job, who's is aspect of a massive covenant, says all his children will be lost. Because they didn't know his son was lost. Nobody's playing here. But they don't get it. They'll find out the hard way. Move on, brothers and sisters. Now, everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven. He that does his will of my Father, which is in heaven. Means you have to be 100%. Many will say to me that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name? Oh, I was down with the angel. And thy name have cast out devils. Yeah, man, I was calling devils out, man. I was telling that sister, I children demons. I was casting out, man. And thy name done many wonderful works. And then will I profess unto him, I never knew you. Trust me, ye that work iniquity. Oh, he don't accept perfection. He don't accept no bullshit. I don't care who you are. You better read this again. They would say, I was down with you, man. I was with the angel. I'm just talking. I was telling people and everything else. I don't know who you are. Tell me those verses mean angel. Break the angel down. You can't break that down. What you get the hell out of my face? Because I know you ain't worthy. Oh, I ain't smart enough. No, you didn't invest in it. You invested in other bullshit. See, that's another story. Oh, I just wasn't smart enough. Well, okay, then. You want to go with that? We'll go with that if you want to go with that one. But when you understand energy management, you didn't invest in that. You didn't invest in that. You didn't invest in this. You invest in bullshit. NFL. Someone can't spell NFL. How you spell NFL? Oh, well, you invest in bullshit. You was out there partying and all kinds of shit growing up. Instead of in the library studying. You invest in bullshit, so that's what you got bullshit back. That's why you don't know anything. So you don't get away with that one. Because your body, if your body's healthy, all your cells are healthy. All your cells are wise. They're wise in different perspective, but they're all wise. They don't have to be wise on a certain, all have to be wise on certain wavelengths, right? Because one body. Don't go tell me, I got a dumb butt cell. Then you got a cancer butt cell. If you're wise, your butt cell's wise, your foot cell's wise, all of them all have to keep up with you. Don't give me that. Say, come with that bullshit, it ain't gonna work. You didn't invest in it, that's why you got nothing. Okay? I had to invest everything. And nobody hit me in the head with a lightning bolt. Got the angel. I didn't invest in it. I invest everything, put everything in. Like I said, when I got the angel, I was living in a mini mansion. Had my own business, money rolling in dough. Up in New Jersey. Orange, New Jersey. Berkeley Avenue. If you want to know, go and take a look at it. And all that was going for the sake of the angel, but nobody made me do it. Nobody told it to me. I had to make that sacrifice. And I did. And that's a sacrifice. And I told you, sacrifice reward. I didn't even ask for reward. This is a total sacrifice. This is to the Levites. I'm not trying to get a reward from them. I ask for anything. I don't want to rule them. I don't want to control them. A promise was made to them. So I'm fulfilling that promise. And it's cost me. See? That's what I call a sacrificial lamb. So why should I put any bullshit? I didn't ask you for anything. I'm giving. And it hasn't been easy. Breaking the angel down is not easy. Some of the stuff it took me years to figure out. He's speaking a parable. A certain man had a fig tree planted in a vineyard. He came and sought fruit for therefrom and found none. Then said unto the dresser of the vineyard, "Oh, these 3 years have come seeking fruit on the pig. I have come seeking fruit on the fig tree." See, this is they talking about. This is talking about those companions. See, Suleiman have 3 companions. Scripture tell you that. It says in Daniel. It's also in places. There's 3 companions. And it's a question of what they do. That's talking about them right here. I'm just saying what Scripture says. Then said he unto the dresser, "Behold, these 3 years have come seeking fruit on this fig tree, and find none. Cut it down. Why cometh it the ground? Before I mess around with it." See? He answered, said to him, "Lord, let alone." He said, "Give it a little more." He answered, "Lord, let alone this year also. Let them dig." That's the 4th year, right? I shall dig about it and dung it. Let's put a shit on it. That's what dung is. So how does he do that? What is shit? I mean, if somebody put shit on you, what's that like? They call you names. They stop talking to you. I mean, what was that shit like? What's that like? What form did that take? Okay? Let's see if that move them. And if it bear fruit, well. If not, then after that, just cut it down. Cut it down. Try everything else. So put some shit on it. Put shit on them. Anything, but they're doing it. Try to help them, not to hurt them. That's the last thing. So I've done everything else. I'm going to do this. Dig around it, put some shit on them. See, right? So what the form that takes, it takes a kind of emotional reaction to them. See if that moves them. Because that makes a hypocrite of people. Because you say, okay, I think Master of my heart, he's the God, he knows everything. Then he comes around, then you don't like what he says, you don't like him, you don't like him personally. Oh. See, that's the emotional thing. Because you already said, you already tell everybody, he's the God, you got to obey him, he's the one, and then you disagree. But then you've been lying to people. You're a hypocrite. I had somebody not too long ago like that. Or he's a message, come everything else, and then every time they question everything I was saying and doing. But they turn everybody else, you got to listen. These Levites, boy, oof. Beware of false prophets come you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are raven wolves. You know them by their fruits. Are they bearing good fruit? Bearing any fruit at all? Do men gather grapes on thorns or figs, thistles? Even so, good tree bring forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bring forth evil fruit. Got worm stuff in it, mistakes and stuff. See? A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit. Neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. So if you bring that, give me some corrupt about you. This is what I'm telling you what Scripture say. Oh, you saying that stuff? Okay. Every tree that brings not good fruit and is hewn down and cut and cast in the fire. Wherefore by their fruit shall you know them. Then you invest in shit, so that's what you got back. Okay, I think I'm going to close there, bro. Sisters. Finish up tomorrow. Let's see what I got here. See here? Here's the heavens, the earth. See, this is the kingdom here, heavens. And why? They're part, but they're outside, right? They're outside of the kingdom. They made it, but they outside the kingdom, the new earth. And this part, this is tribulation to go through, because tribulation, while this whole thing exists, this is tribulation. This represents tribulation, this is the flood, right? And he's riding above it. And the ark's above them. They're the waters that's above the flood, and the ark's above them, and they're the waters. And once these are gone, right, these are outside of the kingdom. And see right here, it says, this Elijah, it says, I will make up, so that be came out of you. That means there be Esau. So he made, these should have been part of this, but they weren't. Because God said, heck with them, I'm tired of them. So I'm going to make a new kingdom out of you, out of you. Out of your seed. But now, I don't think he says seed. I'll make a kingdom out of you. So that's what Ark is telling you. Okay? He's the messenger of the covenant. He's the high priest. He's the God that's controlling the whole thing. This is the rod of iron right here. It's the elect. These are outside, right? They're in paradise. They're staying in the kingdom. And these are all this will be destroyed. If you understand. And in a moment, a twinkle of an eye, at the last trump. See, you don't pay attention to these things. It's why it says the last trump, not the last trumpet. And the last trump, for the last trumpet, wait a minute. This is the only place they say that. Other places always say the whole thing trumpet, but this says say trump. And the last one, that means it must have been the first one if it's the last one. They're telling you it's going to happen during Trump's term. See? Every time I go, why didn't it say trumpet? That's why you got to get translated to see exactly what he's saying. In a moment, in twinkle of an eye, at the last trump, during Trump's term, the last trump shall sound, and death shall rage, and corruption shall be changed. That's when the resurrection is going to take place during his term. It's going to take place in a few more days. Go check it out. I'm not making this up. The last trump. The last term. The last trump. At the last trump. What's a trump? Tell me. What's a trump? You call a trumpet a trumpet? You say it sounds of a trump? No, you say loud. You always say trump. You say the whole thing. So why would they say trump? Because you think, oh, well, it connects this. No, nobody speaks of a trumpet as just saying trump. Now, if they say, like, in poker, somebody, did you trump that? They're not talking about a trumpet. That's a trumpet a whole different way. At the last trump. Little things like that, brothers and sisters. I told people, like now, I don't really have time now, because I was telling people, I never had time to study the whole Bible, read the whole Bible, but to study it after I got the angel, because I had a choice. Is take time to try to figure the whole thing out, or start getting messages out with what I knew. And so now, but now I'm not even doing that anymore now, because I have time to study the rest of it, because time has run out now. Well, your time has run out. A few more days, you're going to see it. The pause is over. The bullet just ain't hit you yet. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and I prophesied there was a noise, behold, a shaking, bones came together, bone to bone, and when lo, the sinews of the flesh came upon them, skin covered them above, and there was no spirit in them. That means the first resurrection, they had no spirit. You saw it two ways. You consider that under Elijah, or you consider it under Suleiman's preaching before the four winds blow. Because they're getting the information, but they ain't doing anything with it. No spirit. They're getting it, they're still there. They're getting it, they're hearing it, he's teaching, they're getting information, but they ain't doing anything with it. There's no spirit in them. They said to me, until the wind, process son of man, say to the wind, thus said the Lord, come from the four winds and breathe into these slain that they may live. So I prophesied, the command came, the spirit came, and lived and stood upon their feet. That means when this war, right? The resurrection I just told you about, they come together. They do something. They do something with it. They come together, see the great army now. See, before they just got the information, data. But now they got their mind. The brain's incorruptible. Now you do something with that information. Then, because you got to do something to come and see the great army. So the armies don't just sit there and comatose. But right, they ain't doing anything with it. They still sleep. They got the information. They ain't doing anything with it. They have no spirit. Because the information means 35 years, this information is out there. No one's doing anything with it. Their leaders ain't doing anything with it, which is dangerous. Because during tribulation, people go find out and say, hey, you have this information, you ain't doing anything with it. I don't know how they're going to deal with that one. Thus said to me, son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Okay, I'm going to read. You can read at your leisure, brothers and sisters. That time shall Michael stand, the great prince will stand for that people, show that people, right? That's what's happening now. And there shall be a time of trouble, such never was there was a nation to that time. That time the people shall be delivered, everyone shall be found written in the book. That's all that's elect. And what book? The Lamb's book. It's Daniel, right? And many of them that sleep in the dust shall awake. See? They're not delivered, they awake. That's the Levites. Now they wake. Before winds blow hit them. Then they wake. They sleep now. They sleep in the dust. Then they're going to wake. After the other one's delivered. And they got to go to tribulation. Some everlasting life, some everlasting shame to palment. Some just hanging on. Hey, man, I'm with you. They'll make it, but they might as well not make it. Because if you're not on the level of angel, then you're just a monkey in the hereafter. Yeah, you don't understand it. If you, it's like if you go to a place you can't learn. Say you go to Spain, you can't possibly learn Spanish. How can you survive there? Everybody speaks Spanish. You don't know what the hell anybody's saying. You can't read, you can't write, you can't speak it. Ain't anybody help you. How you gonna survive there? You end up in a damn cave somewhere. So if you can't speak the mathematical language, that's what Angel's trying to teach you. You can't think mathematically. That's the language going to be there. Arabic is just going to be the grammar. You're going to speak the mathematical language. If you can't speak it, then you won't know what anybody's talking about. And nobody's going to be listening to you. Okay, I'm gonna do this one. Let me close. Message of the covenant. Let's play a couple things here, bro.
1. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
And see, brothers and sisters, it's talking to Joshua, not Aaron, not Farrakhan. See, he passed over Farrakhan. Talking to Joshua. They never mentioned Joshua. And Joshua and Jesus, same name. Jesus' name is made up name. In his transcripts, the name is Joshua. Read the manuscripts, the transcripts. Now in the Greek was a diversion. The original scriptures were not written in Greek. It was written in Aramaic or Arabic or Hebrew. And the name is Joshua, not Jesus. Jesus is a made-up name. Came out of Greek. And he bypassed Aaron to Joshua. Joshua the Messiah. Jesus Christ, the correct translation is Joshua Messiah. That's a fact. We can prove it easily. So what happened to Aaron? See? He was bypassed because he's no damn good. You understand? But they don't talk about Joshua. Oh, he's the one who's going to but we ain't going nowhere according to Farrakhan, so you don't need to measure the covenant because there's no covenant. And there's no Joshua. And see, when you get home, those that make it home, brothers and sisters, nobody gonna be no emotional talk. Or there'll be emotions. Emotions good. When they're disciplined, we want women to be emotional. Emotion is the base of beauty. Emotion, beauty is mathematical too. When you go out there and see the Grand Canyon right here, it's beautiful, but it ain't right. It's not like a cube. It's like, but it's beautiful, but it's mathematical. See, in other words, 5 plus 3 is 8, right? But 9 minus 1 plus 10 minus 2 times 10 divided by 5, right? Times 2 divided by 4 is still 8. But it's complicated. This is how you got to go. See? Because you have beauty on the intellectual level and beauty on the emotional level. But you see all that beauty out there and you don't see any pattern. But you say it's beautiful. It's just it's emotional. But you have intellectual beauty when you see complex equations that's so beautiful, like a squared plus b squared equals c squared. That's a beautiful equation. This is powerful. That's on an intellectual level. But you see a woman, right? And she goes through all that stuff. Man, she's beautiful. That's the emotional reaction, not intellectual reaction. Then she comes talking about all kinds of science. Well, then they said, well, her mind is beautiful. But you might not be interested in mine. You may be interested in that. Right? You see what I'm saying? So that's beauty. It's still mathematical. It's just, like I said, you can say 2 plus 6 is 8, or you can say 9 minus 1 is 8, plus 7 minus 5 plus 2, right? Still 8. I say, it's more complicated. See? And you may say, well, that might be beautiful to you. So we have emotional level, because you have to have emotional, you have to have a certain deal with babies. You ain't gonna give them to my, she get up in the middle of the night, go take care of that baby and everything else. Hey, why don't you be quiet, man? I'm trying to get some sleep. But it's mathematical. It's just it has more complexity to it, right? So it's beautiful. Everything is mathematics. And we love beauty, intellectual and emotional beauty. But see, when you get home, right, nobody's going to teach you undisciplined beauty. If that makes sense to you, nobody's going to play games with you. They're going to tell you, talk like I'm talking to you now. They're going to, like the scriptures talk to you, tell you exactly like it is. They ain't gonna pull the punches. Try, oh, well, I don't want to tell her she ugly because, you know, I don't want to hurt her feelings. You don't get that. People gonna tell you directly. They'll tell you mathematically. Now, I said they might go a little more complex mathematics, but it's still gonna be mathematics. Anybody speak? The Quran tells you, I should have put that quote there. It says, no one will speak unless the speaker right. I should get that quote. Say, boy, he's mean, man. Look, he say this stuff, he called me names. What, is that name accurate? Did I tell you the truth? That's the way it's going to be. You're going to be spoken mathematics. Nobody's going to pull punches for you. Because nobody's going to deal in the math. That happens here because everybody's on an emotional level here. So everybody, I don't want to hurt his feelings. I want to say this, I don't want. And I'll give you a little example, and I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. You know, I had my contracting business, right? So I had a contract with, I think it was New Jersey Bell, I believe it was. It was New Jersey. I'm pretty sure it was New Jersey Bell. And there was this guy, I've been on a contract with him before. And so I saw him, hey, man, you know, we was together. I think it was Hispanic, I think. So they gave us an office, and we both was in, they was both the same office, so we had this office together. I was working his contract. And so there was this guy there, he was a devil. And but he couldn't hear. He was deaf. But he could talk. And so he'd be talking to people, and I don't know how he knew what he was talking, but he'd be talking to people. He'd be talking loud. I mean, you could hear all across the floor. But he didn't know he was talking that loud. See, because he had no, I don't know how, when I think about it, I don't know how he knew, well, I guess he knew what he was saying. But he'd be talking to people, but he was deaf. And he turned out to be a friend. This other guy I was telling you about was a Muslim. I said, oh, that's my friend, man. He's my neighbor. He grew up with him, so I forget what it was. I said, well, why don't you tell him? Because he don't know. He says, I says, why? He said, oh, he's deaf. I said, well, if he's deaf, why don't somebody tell him that he's talking, everybody can hear what he's saying? Because he's saying personal stuff and everything. Everybody on the floor can hear what he's saying. So he don't know it because he's deaf. The guy said, well, I mean, I don't hurt his feelings. See, well, you ain't his friend. I didn't tell that, so I just left it. I mean, I would have told, if he was my friend, if he was, I mean, I didn't give a damn one way or the other. Right? But if somebody, I'll come tell me, man, you know, you're talking real loud. You get mad, man, I don't care, but at least you know. You're talking real loud, but I can hear you, man. Maybe you can go to therapy or something and learn to tone your voice down. Because everybody can hear what you're saying. I said, you don't know that. Nobody would tell me they would hurt his feelings. And I was never like that because I tell people criticize me, the best friends you got become criticism of your enemies. Because they don't give a damn about your feelings. They tell you like it is. And I've had a lot of people tell me things I didn't, right? And the people that don't like me tell me, they once tell me the truth. And I always listen. I don't get mad. First thing I do when I get a criticism, I never get mad when I get a criticism. I look at the criticism and look at it because they see me from an angle I don't see. First, my reaction is, hey, it says, check it out, because they see me from up. I don't see it. I try to check it out, see if it's valid or something I need to correct. And I've benefited from doing that. And then after that, then I look at it and see if this person was trying to hurt me or something. First, I look at the criticism and see if it's valid or not. So that they may have meant to hurt me, right? I don't care. I still benefited. And one more thing, you know, I said mentioned the other day. My first job as a computer out of the military after Elijah Muhammad departed was at Montgomery Wards. And we had to go through this program. That's a long story, but the bottom line is that I would get there, and a whole lot of blacks came to the program, and it was about 10 of us, most, maybe not that many. And it was only blacks there. And, you know, work on computers in Montgomery Wards in Chicago. And, you know, they had these cubicles, and they was like shoulder high, maybe not that high, right? Everybody was in them, right? And so we were rookies, so we didn't know anything, so we had to go ask white folks how to do this, how to do that. And they were loud talking, hey, man, you don't know that. It was bad. They try to make you like a fool. They really did that to make you. You don't know that, man. How long you been here? All that kind of stuff, right? I did not let that bother me. I asked my question. They allowed me to everybody, because everybody can hear on the floor because it's little cubicles. People stand and look over there, see who was making that noise, right? I didn't give a damn. And the other black folks, they wouldn't ask questions because I said, oh man, I said, man, don't pay attention, get the information. They wouldn't listen. After about a year, they was all gone. They couldn't keep up. They didn't know the job, they didn't know what to do. Because they asked questions, they were scared to ask questions stuff. After about a year, the white folks asked me questions. Because I got all the information now, I knew more than they knew. See? So I don't let shit like that bother me. I'm not here for the information. You play your games, whatever. I believe in consequence. Then it was ask me questions. Okay. You got to get out of it, brother, sister, or you ain't going to make it. Let's move on, brother, sister. A couple more things on close.
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. One. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, 2. And shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. 4. If any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers.
Okay, brother, says I'm gonna leave it there. Pick some other things up. So that forecast today was trouble. It's always trouble. One lie after another, everything's just a big mistake. They keep trying to tell you that Farrakhan's Messiah, full of bullshit. They contradict themselves over and over again. They've been telling us for years that well, I said, they just contradict themselves. One thing after another. They're desperate over there. And I'm telling you, brother, by summer, I think, I'm sure they're gone. The war, I told you the war will resume, has resumed. They move ships over to the area. They're already committed. They already attacked Iran socially. They had those riots and stuff. They was killing police officers and everything else. So the war started. just it's beating it up. They're moving warships to the area. Let me see if I got that here before I close out, brothers and sisters. Just quickly. Here, it occurred war in heaven. Michael's angels war with them, and I don't think I have a vocal on this, right? Michael's match from Muhammad. They don't even know that. Angel him war with them, and dragon angel with. That's the war. Okay? But they was defeated. The dragon represents the house of Saud. His angels are God, may God, America, Britain, and false Israel. For years, long before this even came up. And so during that time, the accused of our brethren was thrown down. That's Farrakhan. So I told you to be a pause. The pause ended. They're moving on. It's going to get hotter and hotter every day. They move warships over. They already attacked. I said they already attacked. With riots and stuff. So and it wouldn't happen after, it would take after 6 months. July, August, September, October, November, December. January, right up, start back up again. Watch the weather, Farrakhan. Here's the silence. I'm not going to go through all this nonsense. See, the open the sick, carry silence. That's half an hour I was talking about. Silence of heaven as half an hour. See? As half an hour, that means, let's say, sound of heaven, right? For half an hour, as, that means it's approximation, approximate. Move on. And then over sixth seal, the silence was the fifth seal. Then the shaking, that's the war, resume, which is resuming now. And then the sun became black, that means Suleiman takes control, and they come to me, I don't go to them, they come to me. And the moon should come as blood, and stars have, that's four winds. As a fig tree, that's the fig, that's American Britain. It's attacking us. And that's when 4 winds blow. That's going to happen once in a few more days. It's resumed, it's getting hotter. Right? So now they retaliate and so they had the riots and stuff, and now they're bringing warships as soon as they get to their place. Because they already was sending planes in the air. And some spook Trump, and he called planes back. So now he's bringing more firepower in. That's what people are saying, whatever. Okay, this is what I wanted to show. That time, the king of the south, that's America, Britain, and false Israel, moved against the king of north, that's Iran. And Iran shall come against him like a whirlwind, with chariots and horsemen, many ships. That means that missile barrage and the drones is going to overwhelm false Israel. And also overwhelm all the Sunni states. Okay? And it's going to tear up all American bases. They're going to burn them up, and then people are going to run out here on fire. That's what America evacuating those bases now. The ones they survive, they're going to leave, run out of the Middle East with the ass on fire, literally on fire. And Iran's going to take over the Middle East, come at them like a whirlwind. They're going to take over the Middle East. Syria's going to come rebound. Syria and Iran, under authority of Master Muhammad, will have control of the Middle East. That's what's happening here. So you read the rest of it at your own leisure. That's how this world going to turn out. Before summer, the next few weeks. I said it. There it is. I'm not taking it back. And dragon was thrown to earth. He said the Sunnis, when they see us not rising, phones blow, they see it rising, they're going to know that we come and take our land back. And the Arabs over here are going to attack us, the ones that are still here. They're going to attack the Sunnis that Farrakhan see. First of all, let me say a couple of things. Farrakhan got your head stuck up devil's ass. Oh, they're our brothers. And as soon as they ask, oh, they are brothers too, and we need to be Sunnism. And that Master Muhammad is getting ready to break that, because when that war starts and they get kicked out of the Middle East, they're gonna come after, they're gonna attack us, and that's gonna make you realize devils are devils. So you're gonna submit to that. You're gonna bear with all black folks gonna bear with that, because all the devils gonna attack you. The ones you thought was your friends, your buddies. And if you get caught out there in the suburbs, then you're dead. You're gonna be barbecued. Because cannibalism is going to be on the rise. It ain't going to be in the stores or anything. It's going to be total economic collapse. So if you're caught out there, you should have been out there to begin with. It happened to you. Then you're going to bear with, all black folks going to bear witness that they're devils. They're not going to hold back. See? And then your love with the devil's going to be broken. And then once you come together, and Suleiman has control of the NOI, if he decides to do that, he may change his mind, said, hell with it. Everybody else gave up on you. Right? And he points out that we're going back to our land. Who the Sunnis are. Your love for Sunnis is going to be broken too. Because they're going to attack you. See, because right now you love your enemies. They got you loving your enemies. That's why I said the man was beating himself. They got you loving your enemies. That's going to be broken. Master Muhammad's going to break your love for the devils, and someone's going to break your love for the jinn. That's what they are. Sunnis are the jinn. Arab Sunnis are the jinn. I'm going to leave it there, bro. Assalamu alaikum. Finish up tomorrow, perhaps.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. It's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. That was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? The population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? Population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a
society
thing.
Is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions, that was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world. I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful. Does your religion
dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors,
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is
much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Cook's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is, and what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this. I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all of these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinals Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable.
To say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works, What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians. Christians, in the name of Jesus, when they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, well, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleeping animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus, what could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave up in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our past hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our turning it back towards our prison house and our enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting so. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the old rhythm, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our father turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers, since it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And So we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And that sounds too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states and promised him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging this former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure. right? They said, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, they looked at the farmers, when they done it, farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come you know, right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now master, what's happening here? Right? And then, all these things, every hour back's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? You want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they'll be praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left, they took that was offered to them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. Wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the master, okay, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. What you telling us for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So now if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how is that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel. The gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. Warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's gonna get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here, right? Okay. Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, tell him to build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1,000,000, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they said, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you're going to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money. You got to control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away. It's worth nothing. The people still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with it now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still had your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan. Right? So they closed the borders. You can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh, God, come back, Master. I come back work for you. I work for Popeyes. I do anything you want. No, we remember, the blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 states. And now you're starving. You ain't got your money's worthless. Nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone. You talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See, sitting on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. And so what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. They gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border, and what you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. Okay. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys, come here. It's a disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it is. Something called right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh, no. Now he went and asked, Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the pastor said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farad Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Listen, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is, wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with them. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, we please come and get them. Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they might get any more reports on okay, he says that was Master Farad Muhammad's final decision, and I think they call close communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those rides that came in. All that came in today, man. I came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. And they're begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, we'll at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay. Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.